Hello guys. Hello Neo. That was fast. It's been seconds. I'm doing pretty good. Just relaxing, trying not to overheat. It's been real hot. Right now, or today, it's alright, because it's been raining a little bit. Or, I mean, it was pretty much raining all day yesterday. So that was nice. Cooled it down a little bit, but it's still very humid and kind of nasty. Yeah, the heat has been pretty rough, but I mean, it's Denmark, so eventually the rain will come and save my ass. So, it's a lot more nice at the moment. 48 degrees is also crazy. Was that just in the car? Like outside, that sounds dangerous to the environment. I imagine my room probably hits 40 pretty easily because of my PC, which is why it feels extra hot in my room as well. Like, I have my PC right next to me because I obviously have a dog, so it's on my table right beside me, with its ass facing me as well, or at least right beside me, so the air right beside me is very, very hot. The car, I see. One of those public yeah, I mean, I guess if it's hitting something like a surface that gets extra hot, then I guess it gets that hot, but yeah. It has definitely been hot. That's for sure.
Gaze upon me and witness perfection refracted.
You playing anything interesting at the moment now? Did you ever go and play Wukong? Or like Kazan? Like, this year has been pretty low on games I want to play so far, so I kind of just went back and played some older games in my case. Yeah, that's true. I did play Lies of P DLC, yeah. That's good. I like that. Oh, you're still playing Rivals? I see. Fair enough. I'm going to beat this game. What am I actually against? Scylla? Like Scylla or Hecate, I guess.
A small gleam for a greater glow.
I'm gonna assume that it is Hecate since she's got aspect. Kazan doesn't appeal to me that much, fair enough. Yeah, I guess you didn't mention that. That actually kind of rings a bell. Yeah, I loved it, but I can understand why someone may not. I think Kazan, gameplay-wise, is probably some of the best that I've seen in terms of Souls-like gameplay. And I mean, it's almost not even Souls-like. It's more like almost like an action game once you get enough into the game. But I think the level design and like characters and story and all that stuff, it doesn't really hit. It's kind of just on this like, very, very, very basic stuff. But I think the gameplay of that game is absolutely incredible. Still keep an eye on Smite, hoping it looks better. Yeah, I for now I think it's in a good state. But there is a big patch hitting next week that looks interesting. I don't know what to think about it. I'm very impartial to it at the moment, but a lot of people like just looking at it aren't a huge fan of what's to come. And I guess for the people that don't know, they're removing anti-heal items and just nerfing healing overall throughout the game. And I don't know how that's gonna be. That sounds interesting. Because that could go either way, to be honest. Bro, what is... He has Bluestone, oh my god. What am I into? My jungler has Bluestone. Like, I see what they're going with, and I think if they pull it off, it honestly could put the game in a better state. But I feel it feels like a risk patch. Like, we have to make the risk, and I don't really feel like they need to do that. I don't know. It's strange. I'm not sure why they're taking a risk when they don't need to take that risk, but. This might be a low, very, very low elo game, to be honest. I don't believe it, man. Fuck me. I leveled my 3 again, just so I could see if I could just yoink a quick kill, and he actually hits the root. Some idiot dashed into it. Yeah, exactly. Removes the counter building, which I think is a good part of it. The thing is, I'm kind of looking at it in the same way that I looked at when they removed boots. Not because of the counter building stuff, but more like they're removing something that, like, maybe you won't need to build it anymore. And maybe it can actually add more to builds that way, that you don't have to build anti-healing, you can still keep building something, I guess, what you want to build, I suppose, because I do think the feeling of having to build anti-healing doesn't really feel great at times. Like, I think sometimes that just... It ruins my builds at times. But maybe that's more like a personal thing, but... It's hard, man. Maybe I'm one of the few that could see it go in a decent direction, but I do think it is, as I said before, just a strange change to make at this point in time.
Be careful, enemies in middle lane.
It doesn't really add up.
Enemies in right lane. Enemies in the right jungle. Your middle tower is under attack.
What's the jungler again? It's a bots? Okay, I gotta be a bit careful then.
Enemy spotted.
Kind of what I would expect. I mean, if he gets to mid and late game like this, sure, it's gonna be fine, but jungler not having Boombas is gonna super suck for him. And I'm just like an idiot. Still missing a bit too much stuff at the moment. Still gotta wake up a bit. And someone's calling me. I need to see who is actually calling me, because it could be important. So, I'm gonna auto-run here. Give me a second. Alright, it is not important. It is just sellers from what I can see in the numbers. Fucking persistent today. I had like 3 phone calls already. Hello, Pinda. chill until my ult's back up. I really don't want to have a bot's gank. I don't think my beats is enough to survive him when he has aspect.
Enemy missing right.
Ultimate is ready. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Be careful.
Okay.
Your last tower.
I mean, bots is mid. No reason to rule it back, I guess.
Your last tower is under attack.
Fuck. At this point, I'm just gonna stay until I can actually finish another item. Save my TP for that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think I can, yeah. I'll just get Hydras.
Under attack.
Okay. Guess I'm staying.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Go away, man. I want it back.
Enemy ultimate down.
I played that so bad. I really wanted to get the Scylla, and I played it terribly.
Your left tower is under attack.
Also did less damage than I thought I would, to be honest. Well, greed won. Man, he's level 8. How is he actually level 8? He has 1 death. I mean, Bots is also level 8, I guess.
Your right tower is under attack.
Only annoying part about that is Scylla got the kill.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Almost preferred if Bots did.
You could use a promotion.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy ultimate down.
Let's just spot an early rotation with some wards here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy spotted. The Pyromancer has arrived. Slay.
What is she doing?
Your middle tower.
Do your waves or some shit. Is she just a wait? I don't understand what she's doing. She's just waiting around for just to poke me. Why are you doing the farm? I don't get it. I'm so confused. It's so confusing. It actually baits me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why? Do the wave! Your wave is going.
On my way.
Fuck it, man. I'm rotating.
Defend middle lane. Your middle tower is under attack.
She doesn't give a shit about the farm. We hate farmer in this business. I didn't even notice the areas, honestly. I was thinking I was dead no matter what. I was just going for the easy one. Turns out the easy one was actually the Ares. Oh, and he lost to the Scylla over here. I don't really understand what he's going with this build.
Your right tower is under attack.
Blue stone first, but then he goes in. He's cooked. But he survived. That's something. I gotta stop fucking around. I'm definitely underestimating him a little too much. To her damage numbers is the farm. It could be. I would actually be surprised if a lot of like lower ranked players think that way.
Your right tower.
Sadly, the truth is damage numbers don't mean shit. Unless they're abnormally high, then of course they do. But you're not gonna win based on your player damage. I can tell you that much. But no, it's not so much that the poking is bad. Like, it is definitely good. It's just he's poking someone who has a pretty good amount of lifesteal. So, it just doesn't really amount to much. Over the farm, specifically. Like, if he didn't have a wave in front of him, I would be more, like, supportive of it. But it's just he ignores the wave so that he can go poke me. When I'm gonna heal it up anyway. It's counterproductive. And I can never find him so I can poke him. He's hiding from me. I'm saving my passive specifically for him. But he doesn't want it. So I'm just wasting it.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
Grab here.
You could use a promotion.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Good luck.
The Neathold! Man. Dude, this game is really weird. Like, the two people that are on me are somehow the bots and the Ares, while my Scylla is in left fighting. Ah, this should be good. Get him. Okay. I mean, no, you still get him. Yes? Oh my god. That's unfortunate. Close one though.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Next time for sure. I really gotta log in this one. I think I actually need to. I'm gonna try and take this a bit more serious. It's just hard. Normal bullshitting around. Can't promise I'll hit more stuff, because I'm still tired as fuck. But I can promise that I'll play a bit more passive at least. Or at least calculated.
Enemy missing right.
On my way.
This might have been a bad TP. I really thought they were going gold. Thank God Neith just walked up in an aggressive fashion. As long as Scylla doesn't get any kills out of this now, should be good. Kepler's looking a little cooked though. Oh. There we go.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Yesterday, Fire not fighting back. That's pretty rough, I guess. Or it should be free Fire Giant. Hopefully that's not a bug that just surfaces too often, because that's arguably game breaking.
Attack left lane. Ultimate is ready. Spotted. Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack. Terrific! Rain wash them away.
Hit him! No!
Your team destroyed the left enemy tower.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Your right tower is under attack.
Guess I'll just keep pushing.
Enemy has been slain. Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Ah, fuck it. Just make sure these kills are going down.
Oh, easy roll. The rain
15-second dagger. No. Thank you.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a less enemy teams.
Fortunately, it was a casual game. Yeah, even so, the fact that that can actually happen is pretty bad for the game. Hopefully no more fire giant bugs. In these rank games, at least. Like, fire giant not fighting back at all is definitely a rough bug. There has to be some weird, like, interaction that made it happen. It's been the same patch for a while as well, so I imagine it's a pretty rare bug. I haven't seen it at all in my games. And I've been playing it for a decent amount since the last patch, to be honest. I've enjoyed Wukong a lot, so... I've actually been playing more than usual. Because I feel like playing gods for once. I enjoyed the indie Wukong way more than I thought I would. TP in. Ares, you ass, man! Every time, he always... The fucking cripple fucks me up. Like, my main damaging ability is just fucking done. My ult coming up just in time was pretty lucky, though. I played it bad, too. I thought Scylla was alone, which is obviously a gigantic mistake on my part, because why would she be? You never know. I can't predict what he's gonna do, because he plays so aggressive anyway. But, yeah. It is what it is.
Attack fire giant. Group up.
I need my team to get some more gold. I need 150. It's getting cloudy again, actually. Oh shit, it's raining. Well, never mind. Maybe it's gonna be nice and cool today as well. But that also results in it being pretty fucking dark in my room now. I need to turn on some light. Give me a second, boys.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Okay.
Rain shall wash them away.
That was probably like I feel like the lowest-ish game, elo game that I've been in a long time. Even queuing at this time. The queue wasn't even that long, so that was kind of surprising. The fact that I even died this game was just stupid. I was playing like an idiot. Yeah, the practice mode, I still think they have to work a bit more. Like I need moving targets. We need gold and fire to be there. Like what else? I guess that's kind of it. Maybe more jungle camps or adjustable. I don't know if are they adjustable, the gold camps. I'm not, or the buff camps. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's a lot more to add to the jungle practice for sure. I don't think that's a gigantic priority though at the moment for them. And I don't think it should be necessarily. Like maybe one guy can work on it for a little bit, but don't really think they should spend too much time on that right now. Right, let me swap screen here as well so you guys can see the queue, just in case. Or I'd like to see if I could just get Wukong. He's probably still the one I want to play the most. Wukong, maybe some Nem. I've been enjoying the aspect a lot. It's just kind of fun. I don't really think it's that good, but it is very fun. It's even worse if you're ahead, I feel like. While you may not ever die, you might never even need to use your ult. That's the worst part about it. Granted, it's not like I think it's good from behind either, but preferably in a case where they can still fight back, so you can actually get low and then bait with it. That's kind of the ideal situation. I'm not really sure there's anything else I want to try in solo while I have the chance before the next patch. Maybe Pele would be the only one, but I just don't really feel the appeal, to be honest. Like, when I look at Pele gameplay, this doesn't really do anything for me. I still don't think I've tried the aspect a single time. No, that's not true. I tried it once, but I think that game was like an early surrender game. Maybe I just have to give it a chance, though she is banned a lot these days. Played the Baron aspect the other day. I was surprised how much it does. Have you played that? I don't actually think I've done the aspect a single time, no. But that's partly because in solo, I just don't think mages are that good. Like, full mages, like, they have to be specific gods like Hades, where you actually just have built-in sustain or something along those lines. I think Baron can work, though. I guess I just haven't really thought about playing Baron all that much. But mages haven't really been on my mind that much, unless they're actually, like, good and or can be built somewhat hybrid. Like Aspect Vulcan, I guess. Not that I've played that much either, though. It's just because of the skin. Baron could be interesting to try. I actually wouldn't mind that. Because I don't think he's bad by any means. I definitely do think he is someone that can do work. I think just Baron as a whole is... He's very easy to gank if you're building full mage and solo. I don't actually think you can build full mage. Like if I went Baron, I probably would start with something like a life binder or something like that. So while I would still like go for damage, it just wouldn't be you know, the instant like Doom Orb or something like that. Maybe I would go Chronos Pendant. Like life binder Chronos Pendant is probably what I would go with. And then I wouldn't really have that much damage. But at least I would be safe. Oh, that sucks. The Q fucked. Fucked itself. But Baron actually is not a bad suggestion. I might actually do that. If I have to pick a mage, it might be him. Yeah, I did admit. It's definitely easier. Like, I think some mages those just don't work in solo with how the lane is. Because it's just too easy to gank. Like, I love Ra. Even in Smite 1, I was like, Ra solo is still alright. And you can still make it work. Because I thought Smite 1 laning, like both lanes, both side lanes, which is way safer. You could see a gank way earlier coming than you can in Smite 2. Yeah, there is a bug with the Ox. It's already known. Like it's the same thing as Boar does. The Hexstone, where the Boar sometimes just goes in the wrong direction. That can happen on Wukong Ox as well. It's very, very annoying. And very triggering. I've never had it happen on Tiger or Bird though. Bird is definitely by far the one I've used the most because of the aspect. But maybe Tiger can do it too. I haven't used Tiger that much. But the Ox definitely it's happened a few times to me on stream as well. Oh, I would imagine it's probably the same code if it does the exact same thing. Either way, it's very annoying, and I hope they fix it sooner rather than later. Because it is something that can just straight up get you killed a lot of the time. I think it's one of the worst bugs there is in the game. Because it just fucks up like something that should have gone your way in a way. Like whether it is initiation or like disengage, you're using it for a reason. And when it does that shit, it is more than likely not going to go your way. Oh, might have a DC on the enemy team there. Let's see. That would be great. It's not like I waited in queue for like 10 minutes. Let's do that again. Yeah. Back in the queue we go. There isn't really going to be a patch today, right? It's next week the patch comes out. I believe. Oh yeah, it's definitely next week. Because yeah, it was only like 2 days ago they showed it off. Or was it yesterday? Fucking hell. My sense of time is out the window. Did not think that was gonna hit me. I gotta get some fucking healing in this run. Man! Once again, really didn't think that was gonna hit me. This run is a tragedy. I'm going to these queue to pop soon, man. Been in queue for way too long now. With dodges. Get me in, I wanna play. I'm gonna need the usual people to wake up, alright? Get in the queue. You're probably watching right now. I'm seeing you. Get the fuck in the queue. You queued? Good. Fucking hell. I can't play this game anymore. Can't play this game when it's dead. It's alright, we're keeping it alive. You're running it down. Don't get out of the queue. Leave the queue, Snotty. Leave. Nah, it's fine. I mean, I get it. It's been tough. Like, some stream days are really rough as well. I get it. Losing streaks are the worst. Yeah, I mean, I do think at least there's a lot of good junglers still playing, but it is definitely rough when there's not as many good junglers queuing at the same time, because that one jungler will just control the pace of the game every single time. And I'm pretty sure it's not that long ago, I forgot exactly when, but I had it recently where, like, in all of my games, it was just a jungle diff as well. Even though it wasn't necessarily the fact that I had bad jungle players on my team, it was just every game I was just getting invaded and nothing was done about it, and it was just so fucking depressing. Like, I literally was there like a few streams ago. I remember feeling that way. I'm just losing it. This is nothing being done by me suffering. Doesn't help me meaning a gaming role. I think both side lanes struggle somewhat equally at the moment. Like, we're forced to sit and wait until we have a time to rotate and team up with our team, but often the games are lost by that point, and it doesn't feel good. Like, I can rotate slightly easier than an ADC, obviously, but a lot of the time you don't necessarily want to do that, because you just lose farm if you do. What's even open? One Kali. Let's see. Guess not. Because most solo, I would say, like, arguably top solos, don't really play tanks either. So you're forced to play something that tends to need mid to late game to then carry a game. But by that time, in at least my case, very often does it feel like the game is just already over. And you're not really able to do anything with whatever you have. You have to really get something huge out of it. And it's just, yeah, it just sucks. It feels bad. Game is never over. Well, I think it depends on how you look at it. Because in my a lot of a lot in my games, it's been like Gunter playing like Pele, and he's like 10-1, and my jungler is like 0-6, and my mid is really just doing their best to hold it together, or vice versa. It's just. I do think A-based hunters are somewhat weak at the moment. Yeah, I think Honor works though. I think Honor might be the only one though. But he is obviously also not like fully just AA based. Like, Impale and ult does so much fucking damage. But yeah, I mean, besides from him, I pretty much agree. Like, Ulernith, Danza, just generally way better at the moment. The thing is, though, Snotty, I actually have the opposite experience of it. I feel like in my case, it's not because of the gods. It's because of the players. I had a Poseidon support last night. I was like, yeah, I'm fucking cooked, man. How the fuck are we winning this? That dude ended up almost carrying that game. He shat on people. He rotated, he shat on people. So, in my case, it's definitely more of a player thing than it's a god thing. Unless there's a few cases, obviously, like if Bari gets let through, Bari always performs. So, yeah. Sometimes it is the gods, but in most cases it's really not in my experience. Damn it. It's by when I got to plant without mechanical skill, just by not raging and making calls. Yeah, and I think that's very possible. Teamwork is more important than people might realize when they're just climbing in ranked. Right. Finally, I'm into a fucking game. This doesn't necessarily feel like a beats game, but getting plugged late game would be... I would be doomed. I'm gonna have to go Aegis though, I think. I'll try to at least. No, man. I really want beats though. I'm so scared of so big late game, dude. Ah.
Good day.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna do that.
Good day.
I'm so afraid of so big plugs.
One use is all I need. Awesome! Woohoo! Ah, beautiful.
Or at least my team is happy. And excited to play.
Minions have spawned.
I'm practically falling asleep again after how long I've waited. Pretty fast clear. I'm hoping that we make it. Yes. Neath.
Completed. Retreat.
Can't really say I mind Neath. It's gonna be a pretty chill matchup. Bird acquired. Meaning cooldown acquired.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
First blood. Enemy missing.
Okay.
Really, guys? Really, guys?
Goodbye. Not to worry. I say, jolly good show, sir.
Your right tower is under attack.
You're actually gonna stick around, buddy.
Cancel that.
Yes, he is.
Hey, jolly good show, sir. Gank.
Don't think I'm gonna need Lifebinder in this matchup. I'll just go straight into a good old Cronus Pendant. The clear like this is so bad. I want to make it to the wave before it dies to the tower. Okay, safe. I wish I could TP right now. They're getting so roasted on the left side. Guan Yu is level 3. It's looking a little cooked overall. Over there.
Enemy missing middle.
Completed. Okay.
Damn it.
Flee, flee, cancel that.
Cancel that.
An enemy has been slain.
Yes, well, do try.
Cancel that.
Goodbye.
I definitely don't like that Bluestone start on Wukong when you're going in. Because you don't need it. I would generally say a Bluestone is nice if you need the early game
I'm ganking the Vulcan on cooldown.
and you're looking to just make sure you're not just, like getting super shit on early on. Like I would do it on sometimes on someone like Neath, because your early game is pretty weak. Like you maybe don't have any fight ability, so sometimes I would do it on Neath. Just as an example. But on Wukong, you're one-shotting the wave almost anyway. You're two-shotting the wave. You're actually doing more damage, I feel like, with this than you're doing it with Bluestone. Not to mention, having the full-on poke, like undukable poke late game that does extra damage with Arch, like Archstone or whatever it's called, the upgraded version, is insane. Like, it just feels unmatched.
Oh, easy long team, I am sorry. Oh, very strong. Your middle tower is under attack.
How the fuck am I such a headache? Stop fucking wasting time on fucking fire thing and stop taking my fucking red. That's all I'm fucking asking. That's not the fucking headache I'm giving
Your
you.
middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
I have no idea what he just said.
There's 3 people in fucking mid.
Let's get Dual Morb as well. I feel like I need the mana region.
Enemy missing. Be careful. Enemy missing. Defend. Defend.
Cancel that. Your middle tower is under attack.
Numbers wise, you could definitely be right. The thing is, for me, I would just go based on how it feels. So I could definitely just be completely in the wrong. I just think this feels much better after having tried both. But once again, even more so for late game. Not to mention, because you're scaling your like the sizes with int, just going full int feels more correct.
I'm excited.
Because you just want your pole to be as big as possible, right? There's no way you can phrase it without it sounding the way it does. But it's the truth.
Retreat!
Not to worry. Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy ultimate down.
The rain shall wash them away.
No.
Enemies in the right jungle. Gang.
Enemy has been slain.
Finally, they fixed the decoy
Your right tower.
so that it actually fucking tanks the tower for you. I died to that when he came out, man, multiple times. Because I was so coded in my mind that it's gonna tank for me.
I'll be right.
That fucker never did. He said, hell no. You're on your own, bitch. And left me.
Very good.
Okay. I'll do Deso.
Ultimate is ready.
It just feels more correct. Like, it should just be the first target. Like, any decoy, any type of, like, target that is first inside. Like, it's, you know, Morgan, decoy, the dance-up, clones, all that shit needs to be tanking first if they're inside of it first. But that wasn't the case when Wukong came out with his clone.
Wash them away.
That thing just did not want to tank.
Be careful left.
The pyro has arrived.
Retreat.
Very good. Move like a jaguar.
Don't think they need me to rotate, so I'm just gonna keep taking this tower. They got it. Yeah, now we're doing damage. Chronos Pendant is nice for the cooldown, but it won't really give you that much damage. Once you have Doom Orb, though, different scenario.
Your middle
Hello,
tower
Bolt.
is under attack.
Hit this jungle mouse. Attack.
Enemy missing right.
Oof, Kali's looking a little cooked.
Vista, amigo.
Attack middle lane.
Enemies at the door. Cancel that.
Feel the power. Your last tower is under attack. been slain.
Okay.
Out of mana. Double kill.
Helenita, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. Wow.
Not to worry.
Didn't think I was actually gonna be immune on there. Hope you had a good stream. Oh.
Your team has destroyed an enemy tower.
That's so unfortunate.
The rain washed them away. Slain an enemy. Also gone.
Attack fire giant. On my way.
This is my jam.
Need healing. Follow me.
Sorry, I'm leaving.
Oops. On my way.
Just back off. At this point, I think I'm just gonna get an early rod. Enjoy the stream, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Onslaught into the breach. Attack. Attack fire giants.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the fire pit. It rains, it pours.
My God.
Your left tower is under attack. Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I have a bomb, guys.
Your
I
right
can take the
tower
Phoenix, I have a bomb.
attack. Fire giant. That's too bad. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix. Ultimate right range.
Be right back.
It's better for us if we steal the farm and then take the whole.
Your right tower is under attack.
I imagine that they probably surrender soon. Don't really see them having much of a chance at this point. They do have a good late game though, like Neath, Vulcan, Danza, with some Subic plugs could definitely bring them back, I guess, but... Still, I'm not sure I really see it.
Ward the fire giant. Group up.
Damn. My pole is so long, so huge. I can't believe it reached. I want red buff so badly.
Once more into the breach. Attack middle lane.
Okay, man.
My way.
Ow! Easy to forget that you're a mage.
Has arrived. Enemy has been slain.
It's fine, I'm just gonna sit back then.
Your team
No worries.
destroyed a right enemy tower.
Attack fire giant. Follow me.
Let's grab this.
Yes.
I played that pretty badly as well. I should have just stayed back. I thought we just kind of had Nim there for free. So I didn't really hit her all that much.
Destroyed the fire giant. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Attack left lane! Group up!
Enemy spotted.
The rain shall wash them away! Attack middle lane! Attack right lane! Attack the Titan!
Once more into the breach.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
So let's go.
Attack right lane. Attack right lane. Group up. Wrong spell.
Oof, huge. Almost.
Just asking, wasn't our jungle AFK? Just asking. No. Shut the fuck up.
Victory.
Working alone, man.
Yeah, slipping from behind is rough. Because you will just die no matter what if you pluck. For the most part. But yeah, I mean, they just didn't have a good comp from behind. Nemesis also really, really bad from behind. Vulcan also really bad from behind. Neath as well. I mean, they have a rough comp if they do fall behind. Especially even more so into something like Wukong Fenrir. I think this Wukong especially is really, really not fun to deal with if you fall behind. Because his poking is pretty much unavoidable. And it just does way more damage than it really should. Because all the targets are so low level. GG, Valerian. What the fuck happened there? Didn't get to switch God? Damn. Well, you guys didn't get to swap? Oh, on God? I see. So we're typing a lot instead of playing. Oh, it was one of those keyboard warrior games. I see. Yeah, those are the worst. The worst games for me are always the ones where the team just gives up. Like, I don't mind playing from behind if my team is still willing to try and come back into that game. I still find that really fun. But, like, if my team gives up and they're already like, let's just surrender, I hate that, man. It ruins my mood. Or, like, the how to put it? The immersion into the game, I guess. Like, let's keep trying. If there's still a chance, then you just gotta keep going, man. But people are too quick to throw in the towel. Sometimes. Or just blame someone else for weird things. You never really know. Tragic. Chinese mid laner in chat. Nice, man. Why the Chinese solo laner, though? See, that's a guy I want to talk to, you know? Right. What am I picking? I haven't played Apollo in a while. I could do an Apollo game. Because I sure as hell don't want to deal with it. It's actually Turkish. Makes sense. Yeah, I'll do an Apollo game. Fuck it. I'm gonna be boring. Though I haven't played it in a while, so I do actually feel like playing it now. I haven't really played him since I got a Radiant. It's usually the case. It's a big motivator. Fucking stupid as humans going for something, and once they retrieve it, they don't care about it anymore. Fucking hell. Or they acquire it, I should say. The thing is, though, Snotty, I feel like all they really have to do to bring back auto attack hunters is just make Kins a buyable item. It feels so simple to me. It's so bad. It's incredibly bad. Just make that thing buyable. Ow. It's cosmetic? Yeah, but that's I want them to not make it cosmetic, you know? AA hunters without Kins just don't feel right. Let's bring back Kins. I say that as a frontliner too, you know? Which might be just a gigantic mistake, but... I do think they need it. Let's be fair. Smells like a Beats game to me.
That'll come in handy.
Do not fear, salvation awaits us all.
No problem.
I think they should start by buffing Kins, though. Buff Kins, and then you can adjust tanks, you know? But you gotta start somewhere. I think one of the big issues that they keep doing is that they always nerf everything across the board. Like, now let's make this huge change. But you know what that does? That usually makes it way fucking harder to balance specific things. Because you're just changing everything again. You're kind of just putting yourself back on zero. I think now they've found a pretty decent spot for a lot of characters and items and stats. Now let's try and see if we can adjust the rest. What do you think of the upcoming healing nerfs and removed Serrated? Wait, they're removing Serrated? I mean, they're removing all anti-healing in the game, right? They're removing all anti-healing outside of the things that are only on gods, like soaping and shit. And then...
Okay.
Can't believe he just joined my blue buff. Snotty! Fucking hell, I got so distracted now. My thought process went out the window. Snotty, I can't believe you stole my blue, man. At least I have Bluestone. It's not going to be the end of the world, but not having Bluestone also just means I can't spam as much as I would like to. So anyway, as I was saying, my general thoughts on the next patch is I want to see it in action first.
My bad. Freedom slipped.
That's too bad. No problem.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Vista, amigo.
I already lost my thought process again. I'm gonna actually try and get it out this time. Actually, no, I did say I want to see it in action first, but I mean, it doesn't sound great, right? Just on paper, I don't like what I'm hearing either. I think it's too big of a change. Wasn't sure if his one was still up, or it had just come back up. That kind of sucks. Bye, Beats. Should be okay. I don't think I need it necessarily. I just gotta be more careful now.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies incoming.
Ultimately, we'll just have to wait and see what really happens. I had some thoughts about it early in the stream as well. Like, my general thought process is I could see it being good. I kind of look at it the same way that maybe how they remove boots. As like a necessary, you have to buy this type of item. where that doesn't necessarily always feel good. Like, if I'm going for a specific build, but they have so much healing or lifesteal or whatever the case may be, so I have to go anti-healing, while I do think counter building should be a thing, sometimes I hate having to build, you know, anti-healing. So, I guess I'm on both sides a little bit. Yeah. I'm cooked. Probably would have survived if it wasn't for Susano showing up as well.
Be careful. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Let's make this a delightful disaster. Enemy missing right.
Move like a jaguar. Enemy has been slain. Fuck it off.
Yeah, I really don't do any damage, and I still don't get my blue buff, so... not really much I can do. Probably should focus the Warhorn more because of that. I need that region.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy spotted.
I wish you could be more aggressive here, but I'm pretty afraid of Susano showing up. We have a little too... he has a little too much presence in the jungle at the moment. Granted, once I have maybe like 2 items online, I think, I'll be able to be a bit more aggressive. Hopefully.
Ultimate is down. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Huge. I have my buff for the first time since level... actually, no, I haven't had blue this game at all. I forgot it was stolen as well at level 1. First blue, hell yeah, boys. Only up from here.
Enemy missing right. Enemies in the right jungle.
Ally has been slain. It's a trap. Ladder up. Enemy spotted.
Okay. Jesus Christ, I forgot he had blink. Thought it was just baiting. At least that's his blink. Dude, what is happening while with 3 people in front of their Phoenix? What is happening this game?
Enemy missing right. Retreat.
under attack.
That's crazy. What happened over there? I'm not really sure what I can do here. Like, this matchup is just kind of rough. He has so much cooldown on me this early, because he started with Pendulum. Once again, think I should be okay once I finish my second item. But it's pretty fucking rough at the moment.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. Enemy has been
Aw.
slain.
Tragic. I was going for the Scylla, but Neathel finished it off.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy in our favor.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy ultimate down. Retreat right lane.
Okay. I mean, I thought the Thor was gonna come out sometime soon, but I'm not really sure what's happening there. Surely we just walled him off
Your middle tower.
instead of like trying to just stun them. Oh well.
Let's make this a delightful disaster.
Middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
Pyromancer has arrived.
could be huge, maybe. Just one kill? Nope. One death. They're all there so low, it's actually kind of depressing.
Rain
Blue is still on.
wash them away. Right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under
Pretty rough game so far on my end here, because I just kind of die a little too early, hoping for too much.
Be right back. On my way.
Enemy spotted.
And we're still missing it.
enemy has been slain. Oh, true move. Very strong.
I mean, yeah. That's...
Your middle tower.
I have no words. Hmm.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Just sucks my early game was screwed as it was. Because I really don't think I should have lost this matchup early on. Paul is like one of the most broken gods you can play early on in lane. But without blue buff, just can't really play it the same way. Fuck. Minus 60 gold.
Enemy missing right.
I kinda used that kill, to be honest.
Attack the Gold Fury! An enemy has been slain. You are an impressive fighter.
See if I can just join my own blue real fast. Hopefully. No, I think Anubis is going to be the opposite. Lifesteal is going to be even better. Like, they might be nerfing Lifesteal overall, but it doesn't change the fact that there's going to be no counter to it outside of gods having inbuilt like anti-healing, you know? That's the thing. Like, Hades and Anubis are going to be better than ever, from what it sounds like. I still think there's a small chance that we could be wrong, but it sounds like it's benefiting them quite a bit. We ain't killing the Herc though. I don't know why we should even try.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack, and the rain shall wash them away.
Scylla was here too. Sure, just backed, I guess. Gonna finish my shit. I really want to build damage, man. I really want to build some kind of damage. Do I build anti-healing? I feel like I need to, because her heals so much. And I hate Ankh with a passion. I don't want to build it.
Impressive. Remind me not to turn you into a frog.
I might just have to go for brawlers. It's the triple active throw ball. It's yeah, contagion. It could work, I suppose. It does give health. I just don't think. I don't know. The item's kind of bad, I think. I just complain. There's not any point in trying to fight here, to be honest. At least I feel Shifter is giving me a bit more damage here, which is nice.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Be careful, middle. Enemy ultimate down.
Sometimes he jukes, sometimes he doesn't.
Enemy has been slain.
Such a boring matchup we have. And he didn't pull anyone. I ulted because he fucking ulted people and there's not a single pull. Fuck me. Okay, invisible wall still there.
Attack Fire Giant!
Yes.
Huge. That's all we needed.
Enemies incoming!
Okay. I don't think I necessarily need more damage. I don't actually I should buy this. I don't have that much protection. What do tanks build, guys? What do tanks actually build in this game? I'm going brawlers. Could I get the active triple bow thing? Yeah, Lonely Bow is alright. I do sometimes with this actually. Just because it gives a nice amount of power and attack speed. And then obviously that extra active is nice to have. But yeah, not this time. I think usually here where I actually build my damage item, where I go brawlers now, I would usually have gone Lonely Bow. Not sure I would have this time though. I'm kind of leaning towards different items these days than Lonely Bow.
Attack the Gold Fury! Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your right tower has been destroyed. Middle enemy tower.
That's so tragic. It's a tragic joke for my life. I don't know. We probably shouldn't be chasing the Athena though. Oh well. Yeah, Scylla all kind of just wrecked the shit out of us in that one. That wasn't good. I imagine she's top damage, but I think she was that before this fight as well. Scylla's poke is just so unreal and so easy to hit with her too.
Your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
I definitely feel semi-useless this game. I feel like I just keep getting CC'd. Granted, in that Phoenix fight, both my ult and beats were down, so I didn't really want to just mindlessly run in there. I know they have enough damage to just fuck me up. Like, all gods in their team just has so much CC, so it's hard for me to actually do anything. Like, that's the worst type of frontline games. Even their backline has CC, you know? Like, Scylla with the root that fucking cripples me, and Artemis with a gigantic ult and a trap.
Enemy spotted.
I'll attack right lane. Ultimate is ready.
Defend the fire giant. Enemy spotted. Be careful right. Set up an ambush here.
Ultimate is ready.
Be careful right. The rain shall wash them away. Attack the fire giant. Enemy has been slain.
I'm actual shit. I missed so many autos. I thought the one that was gonna hit was gonna finish her off too. I suck. That's once on me. I did an oopsie. That is a Fatalis Artemis. Goddamn. That's actually kind of game changing as well. That I fucked up like that. I need... Do they have a lot of anti-healing?
Ally has been slain.
They don't have any anti-healing. I'm tempted just to go Phoenix Feather then. Fuck it. And I'm starting to... I'm just getting fucked up by Scylla, I feel like. It's not even the rest of their team.
Under attack.
Granted, this time it was the Phoenix. Despite it not being on the list. That's a clip, don't clip it, guys. We don't need to save that one. It's okay.
The rain shall wash them away.
I didn't even know they were on fire, to be honest. wasn't bad actually. Went pretty well. Any publicity is good publicity. I don't know about that one. Just bait someone over here.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemies in right lane.
Vista, amigo.
Oh, okay, we're not even fighting back, I guess. Never mind. Guess I'll just ult for literally zero reason again.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Until next time.
Oh, they hit like a baby. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
What is wrong with this? Why is it so zoomed out? What's happening? Okay, there we go. What the fuck was that? That didn't look right. It would just, I mean, it would be better if we just had people that took this serious for the majority of it. It just feels like a mix of Snotty sometimes just doing whatever, and then our mid lane doing whatever. It's a bit awkward. If we just play like a team, we can do this. I've been playing pretty bad this game, though. I feel like just mechanically bad. I feel like I haven't had a game like this for a little while. Made so many mistakes this game. And I don't like it. Got speed, worth it. Also, I'm guessing they do have anti-healing, because I'm pretty sure my Phoenix Feather didn't heal for shit. Why didn't it heal for anything? In the last fight.
Ultimate is ready.
See? Huge. Like, from what I can tell, they don't have... there is a contagion action now that I'm looking at it, but there's no way he timed that twice, right? Alright, I mean, that somehow we ended up winning that. That's crazy. One big fight, and we win. Smite 2 in a nutshell. That was also way too perfect of a fight, though. Probably the least fun I think I've had on the Apollo aspect. I think I'm just a little burned out on it. I played it so much. It's just not really... I mean, how can I say this, actually? It's not like I dislike playing it, I guess. It's more like I'm just a bit tired of it. Just want to play something else. I played it enough for a while. Probably how I felt about Hades, to be fair. When he was the best, I played him so much. Even before, actually, he really exploded and became the best. Like, me and Dutch were playing him so much. Before he really exploded and became, like, known as just being broken as fuck. Because he felt broken, but no one really played him. In the... I don't know, maybe like 6 months ago? No, maybe a bit more than that. But yeah. Not bad enough of Hades for now, as well. Still fun once in a while, though. I also have a weird mindset sometimes when it comes to when something becomes really broken. I don't generally want to spend my time with it. And I got tapped out. Where is it? There it is. I have a hard time enjoying something that is just inherently broken. In Smite 2, it's hard to play something that isn't broken from time to time, but if something is just known for being broken and this is just unbeatable and, you know, all that shit, I have a hard time enjoying them because I feel like I just want to play something that isn't too powerful. I like playing the underdogs. They always kind of speak to me a bit. As long as they're not Mulan. And they're so bad that I feel almost unplayable. Then no. But like how I've been playing Kukulkan solo, for example. Like, oh, I think that's a lot of fun. And it's risky, and it's not really that great. But it feels really good to make it work. I have no idea what happened there. Yeah, I mean, two people jumped in with the swirly on top of me. I popped my Nemean. I got so much damage off because Scylla was just hitting herself, essentially. And I guess Neith just got so much damage off because they were just all grouped. Like, the backline or all squishies that you had just grouped up too much in that fight and just got obliterated by, I guess, all of our AoE. I can't really believe we won that game either, to be honest. At no point did I feel like we were in control of that game. And somehow we wiped your whole team in literal seconds without a single person going down. That was just kind of crazy. It felt kind of surreal. How fast that fight went wrong for you guys. No, actually, it didn't. I think we had one person going down. Yeah, Thor got one shot. And I guess that built that confidence where you guys just went all in. Hey, Sav. Sneaky little fucker. Playing that nasty Uller again. Surely you're not in my lane this time, right? You wouldn't do that to me. Again. The fuck do I need this game? That is a support Ganesh, isn't it? So I'm gonna need... Yeah, it is. Fucking hell, I need beats. Super hard. Super hard. I actually had fun in the matchup yesterday, though, when I was playing Nemesis. I thought it was kind of fun in lane. It was just hard, because your cooldowns were so much lower than mine. I had to really choose a moment to go in. And there was rarely any moment. All this Uller solo that I'm meeting, I should start playing it myself. It's not even just you, Saf. I feel like I'm meeting this shit so often. So annoying. Alright, Sav. Let's have a good one. Yeah, I'm going Lifebinder this game. Double stack Wukong? I don't like double stacking. I don't even think you should. I don't think going any strength is worth it when you're gonna go in, to be honest. Doesn't really feel worth it. You just want your rod to be so huge, as massive as you can possibly make it. And you need int for that. No strength allowed.
On my way. Okay. Minions have spawned.
I really just went away from the double stacking in general, even on Neath, when it was considered good. The second serrated became a thing, and you just... Yeah, this item is really good when you build it. I built that shit instead. I went serrated Doom Orb, and just skipped the stacking bullshit, because it's so boring to me. I think even more in solo, because a lot of the time in solo, you just have zero chance. Fucking hell. We have zero chance of actually fighting back. I'm gonna be late again, aren't I? Yeah, that fucking sucks. You just have, like, I hate giving up too much in solo early if you can't fight. And the reason why I think int feels good is that on Wukong it actually feels like you can still fight back despite going full int. Right now I'm kind of cooked though, because I didn't get level 2 here. So I have to give a shit up anyway. But what can you do about it? Nothing. I'll at least grab the small ones here. I think he's doing both mine. I don't think I have time for that.
Okay. Be careful. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
That was risky.
Your left tower is under
Birch acquired. Yeah, lifesteal's gonna be scary next patch. So happy we nerfed serrated lifesteal so we can get the next patch lifesteal. Yay. I do like solo, to be fair, actually. I don't really think there's another role that I like more than solo, but I do think solo is just in a weird spot right now. I wouldn't really say bad, because you can still play all the good gods, you know?
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
I think the main reason why it feels kind of awkward is just the fact that a lot of the time you feel forced to not fight for the majority of the game, and your team just often loses before you even have a chance to rotate. That feels really bad. But that's the same thing for ADC. I don't really think that's a solo exclusive problem.
Your middle tower is under attack. Falling back. Sorry. I'll defend. Enemy nothing left.
And I didn't get an XP for that. That really sucks. Then I'm yoinking that.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, easy wrong team. Your right tower is under attack.
How much do I need for this fucking item? Okay. One more wave. I imagine support is probably the role that feels the worst. Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. One use is all I need.
I do think, though, a good support can also make a huge difference. Actually, wait, what is happening with Syl in mid? Alex, what's happening? It's level 4. It's gonna be pretty much just a stalemate matchup for now. And by stalemate, I mean I can't really fight back. He could just jump me and I won't really be able to do anything about it. But that's also just Uller. So much more ways to fight me, and I have to fight him this early in the game.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Should be alright as long as I make sure that I just don't fall behind on XP. I am so sad.
Behind us. Ultimate is down. You move like a jaguar. Okay. Ultimate is ready. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. On my way. Enemy ultimate down.
No!
Yes! Yes, certainly! Curses!
Like, on the topic of supports controlling games, like, you often see it on someone like Vidas. Yeah, when you meet them. He'll just generally control the pace of the game in so many of his games. My neighbor makes so much fucking noise today. So distracting. I'm constantly hearing banging on the walls. But they're moving, so I imagine that's
Can I
why.
hold down?
Your right tower is under attack.
Attack!
Oh, you move like a jaguar. I'm sorry. Falling back.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Help!
On my way. Stay here.
Take right
Sorry. Ultimate is down. Your middle tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready. On my way.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Ultimate is down.
Enemy
Your
ultimate
middle tower
incoming!
is under attack.
On my way.
On my way. Falling back. Need healing. Ultimate is down. On my way.
Enemy spotted!
No escape. Your left tower is under attack.
Hmm.
Oh, easy wrong team.
That's unfortunate that I died for that.
Tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know why we were so afraid to just tank up that tower, but oh well. Sucks. I lost my tower for that too. Not a good rotation, I guess.
Okay.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing left. Your middle tower is destroyed.
That's no good!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Really fucking need the XP that this guy keeps taking from me. That blue buff is so valuable to me.
Enemy missing. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Really? We didn't go the other way.
Rain shall wash them away.
Man. That's a bit unfortunate. I would have expected Ares to go the other way so we cover both angles, but oh well.
Very good.
I feel like our whole team is just kind of tilted with how this game is going.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
I will just fully focus on farming permanently. Ouch.
Your right tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. That was a good fight. Enemy missing left.
I'm just gonna keep power farming. There's not really much else I think I can do with this game. Just stay same level or ahead of the highest enemy, and hopefully that's gonna be good enough.
Middle lane. Enemies in left lane. Ward the fire giant. On my way. Ultimate is ready. Curses! Help! Enemies at the fire giant. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyram. Your left tower is under attack.
We're kind of doing it a little bit. What am I going with though? I'm actually very tempted to go for this. With my ult back up. Wow, I think they backed.
The pirate has arrived.
Feel the power. Nice. Enemy spotted. Enemy ultimate down. Ultimate is down. Spotted. Curses. The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your left tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready. Be careful. Sorry. Enemy has been slain.
Fuck, man. I was so focused on that. That fucking wheel out of nowhere was a problem there. Huge. I want to finish up my starter here. Alex on the Scylla is so funny. No, don't die. Ooh. That's unfortunate. He played well there. Just problems back up.
Be right back. The pyromancer has arrived. On my
Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
Ultimate is ready.
Sorry, I'm really quiet this game, guys. I'm so focused, I'm kind of just not realizing I'm also streaming. So I apologize if I'm just really quiet. I'm not sure I've said a word the last 5 minutes. Apollo, Ganesh, ults. Fuck, man. Didn't expect... Why were there 3 of them here? That doesn't make any sense to me. That's crazy.
No problem at all.
What if I do Bluntbound Book? Is that too much? Maybe Jade Scepter would have been better to help me out there. I think I'll just do Jade Scepter. Dude, the 150 health in this item doesn't make any sense to me. It's so random.
Enemies in right lane.
Aww. Everything was missed, unfortunately.
On my way. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Enemy has been slain. Enemy Phoenix.
Attack left lane.
Ultimate is ready. Your team destroyed a left enemy. Completed.
Aw, time to go.
Completed. Falling back. Towards the fire.
Okay.
Ally has been slain. On my way. Ultimate is down. Your team has destroyed the gold. Ready to wash them away. An enemy has been slain. Fabuloso! Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Sucks Ullr got out. I was looking for him. But then Apollo was just a little too out of position to ignore, I feel like.
I'll defend left. We need wards.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Destroyed the fire giant. Your team has destroyed the pirate ants. Ultimate is ready. On my way. Right tower. On my way. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your wickedness.
Where the fuck was Neath hiding? Goddamn.
Okay. Split push. Attack power. Be careful.
On my way.
Ultimate is ready. Enemy ultimate incoming. Retreat. Retreat.
Set up an ambush here.
Okay.
Okay.
Range shall wash them away. You will go no further. Enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
You got me right. Oh my gosh. Acrobat. Attack.
Enemy Phoenix. Range shall wash them away.
Sorry for the shit performance.
No problem.
Thanks.
You're awesome.
Victory.
Despite it not being that, like, hot outside right now, it is still so fucking humid. Though I guess it is kind of hot and it's been raining all day, so, you know, that kind of explains it. It's really fucking humid in my room. I don't know if I like Jade Scepter on him. It's nice just to get people off of you, but overall, I feel like this is just kind of a meh. Kind of a meh item on him. Like, I don't feel there's a whole lot of use for it. It does have nice power, though. It has so much power. I guess even just for that, it might be worth it. Thing in a game like this, though, I feel like having Divine would be better. They had so much lifesteal in their fucking ADCs. Like, what is that? What is he building? That's so much lifesteal with those fucking items. I kept trying to poke him for no reason. He just healed it back up instantly. Yeah, I do think the nice part about Archmage is that it has that extra hit that I really want. I feel like it does a nice amount. And the cooldown on it is pretty low. So if you just keep poking, in that case, I mean, I kept hitting the Apollo with lifesteal, so it honestly didn't really do shit. But if you just keep hitting people with the stick every time you can, and there's an Archmage proc on it, that shit's gonna hit for almost 700. You know, depending on protections and the gauss and all that stuff. I think the big extra hit is what I'm really looking for. Because all he really does, like, he's not good at going all in. You see the same thing when I go with my ult. I will go in, I will use my 2, and I will dip the fuck out, because I have nothing more. And usually that is good enough. Because he hits like a mage, right? It's like just a big AoE, but... Yeah. Yeah, a bit more damage on Archmage compared to Bluestone. It would make sense, considering Int just scales a bit more, with his, especially with his 1. But yeah, I mean, thank you for doing the math. Helps. I think even if Bluestone did a bit more, I probably still would have stuck with Archmage. Just because of pure feeling. It just feels good. Whoops, I was looking. I was looking at chat. I almost just jumped over the edge. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I think you have to go for it. It's the same thing as I mentioned with Neath. Like, I feel like I'm going for something different on Neath that most other people would do. Well, that's just because I go with what feels best to me. I think if something else feels best to you, I think that's what you should be going with. If that works, then, I mean, can we even complain? I mean, if it's stupid and it works, it ain't stupid, right? That's the saying. No. Man, I need some kind of healing in this fucking build. Also, why is the queue so long? Did people just fucking stop queuing, or did I miss the queue? Surprised this queue took so long. No, don't tap me out now. No, fly. Okay. Thank God. I had a lot of energy left. But tapping out. Horse shit. No. Just give me healing, man. I could do Wukong again, but do I really want to? No, I kind of want to do that Nemesis. Let's do Nim. Again, I gotta try and build something different though. I can't keep building the same shit. I'm hoping Sav isn't solo though. Can he just go mid? I don't want to deal with you against Sav. Every time I lane against you, our lanes are always just so like stalematey, or I'm getting shit on. I never win those lanes. I don't want it. It is good practice though, to be against someone who's much better than you, but I don't want to deal with it right now. Just want to have fun with Nim. Beats necessary? Probably kind of, actually. Yeah, no, I need it. Aladdin Uller. Non-aspect Wukong. Maybe he's gonna build more tank, I'm not sure.
Ah, delightful chaos.
Energy for the next strike.
Well, on the bright side, at least, I am not against Sav again.
Dark, deadly, and undeniably awesome. Fun. Oh, you're serious.
I am wondering if I should go a bit tanky this game, though. Maybe a Spirit Rope as the only thing, or something like that. But at the same time, they don't really have like easy secured CC. No, they do, actually. Bellona doesn't, that's support. Wukong has a stun and a nug up. Actually, yeah, I mean, this is probably proc pretty easily, actually, the more I think about it. Yeah, Vulcan nug up, Uller stun, Aladdin nug up. Does the Aladdin ult proc it? Does his ult entering count as a CC? Probably not, if I had to guess. But at the same time, you have to beat it, so I don't fucking know. Spirit Robe is probably pretty good here. Suppose we'll see how the laning goes.
Minions have spawned.
What a fight.
need. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Close. No! Warriors actually procced on that?
There's no running from me.
He's not going in, so that's good.
Quite the show. Quite the show. The show.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
My style. Say it every time, but her voice is so cool in this skin.
Quite the show.
I don't simp easily. Very tempting to simp for the skin. It's like ASMR in my ears.
Under attack. The show.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Balance is over. Let me
No, how lucky is he? Fuck. Every time. That's twice now. He's been literally one hit away.
one strike is all. There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain. Ha!
Enemy spotted.
Yes. Let's settle this with style. My style. Let me tip the scales.
Gank.
Enemy spotted.
Damn, my buffs are cooked. I'm being left for dead.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under
One
attack.
strike. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Flames shall flush them away.
Enemies in the right jungle. Complete.
Yes. Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Incoming. On my way.
On my way.
Let's settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me. Balance is over. Let me tip the scales. So sad.
I mean, oh, darn.
There's a lot of people here.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Man, I don't want it back yet. I need 200 gold. Oh my god. Where am I supposed to get farm?
There's no running from me. Enemies in right lane. Ultimate down.
Your right tower is under attack.
Still have my ult if someone with high HP decides to say hi to me.
Your right tower is under
Judgment
attack.
is my domain.
I think I'm safe.
Be careful left.
Morgan's still in the Latin old, yeah, just got eternally stuck there. Have fun. Into the lamp forever.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Balance is over.
You thought you knew what you signed up for, but you didn't.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I was hoping he lays back. He's already back. He fast backed.
One strike is all I need. Judgment is my domain.
Wash them away.
There's no running from me.
The shades of Mara. You showed such promise.
Is Yugador's new prime? Maybe. But who knows? I have a guess, but oh, I mean, if you mean main, I'm not sure. Maybe he's tired of Mordred, because Mordred probably isn't feeling that good at the moment.
Your middle tower.
I don't know. People told me that he used to play it a lot as well.
Settle this with style.
This
My
Wukong.
style.
I haven't really seen it because Yugador isn't really someone that I knew from before Smite 2 all that much. Maybe a little bit. I don't remember very well at this point.
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Balance is over. There's no running from me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This game is weird so far.
Impressive.
Oh, he's the wrong team.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to
Your
hide.
middle tower is under attack.
My style. Judgment is my domain. The guilty always
Has
fall.
been slain.
One strike is all I need.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your right tower is under attack.
Too bad. Out of mana.
Tragic. I'll chase if I have dash, but Hydra's for mana? Yeah, I'll go Hydra's next. 100%.
There's no running from me.
That's not the ability I wanted to press.
On my way.
Yeah, 2v1ing is a lot more, like, possible when you can just full heal by stealing their health.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's why I find this aspect so fun. It is definitely cheesy. It feels unfair in some cases.
In range from wash.
But it is really fun. I like it a lot.
Ally has been slain.
Ultimate's ready.
It does have that same, almost like... It's not to the same extent as like Morgan on Aladdin, where they just reset your cooldowns, but the fact that you get an extra life in a way is really powerful.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing
Enemy
one.
has been slain.
On my way.
Yeah, it was against Erisbo Bologna, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think the tower did most of the work in that scenario, which is what I was just hoping for. Like, I just needed to keep them under tower for as long as I could.
Darn. Let's settle this with
Like, me getting a kill there is purely based on how they play it. Not even what I do, outside of just surviving. Okay, he TP'd.
There's no running from me.
Guess I'll just take tower. It's like a repeat of what happened last game. But it was me who rotated it. I did get a kill for it, I believe.
Enemy
But
has been slain.
I rotated once, lost tower to Uller. Very early on.
Enemy missing. Be careful right.
Okay.
Okay.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. One strike is all I need.
Still the same level though.
Let's settle this with there's no running from me. My style.
What do you even get for leveling up this? Movement speed? Oh, I'm leveling my one. That doesn't seem worth it at all.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I don't know why I dashed.
Enemy spotted.
It's kind of silly.
Careful right.
One strike is all I need. Yes.
Be careful left. Be careful left.
Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. It's lights out with me.
Now, your right tower is under
Imbalance. Scale. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Pain is just
I mean, I thought when people said on my way that they were coming to me. I wasn't looking at the map, I was too busy getting shit on.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your right tower has
I played that bad. I only played around like that because I thought someone was coming. The fact that the tiger caught up to me was really bad.
Frozen fury unleashed.
I mean, do I go Nemean? At this point I almost should with how much they're diving me.
under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Just a little touch. Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Your left tower is under attack.
There's no running from me. Behind us. Okay. Enemy spotted.
Your
Enemy
right
spotted.
tower is under attack.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Always fall. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
I shall return again.
Settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me.
Enemy has been slain.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One strike is all I need. Balance is over. There's no running from me.
If I do say so myself.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to judgment is my domain. Down it goes. Settle this with the end. Isn't that my style?
Surely I survive.
There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me take
I don't, because I can't hear anything, and my ult wasn't up in time.
Until next time.
Dude, I couldn't hear... There needs to be a better sound effect in Smite 2 for when Wukong actually lands in his ult, because I couldn't hear that shit at all. He literally landed as I heard him go up. That's crazy. That's so silent. Do I just accept that Spirit Robe is really good here? I think I have to. It's probably my best option of survival in general.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Group up.
Enemies in right lane. There's no running from me.
Let's blown out for the buff at least.
Nowhere to run. One strike is all I need. Judgment is my domain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Attack.
On my way.
Thanks.
There's no running from me.
Like a jaguar.
Let's settle this with style. My balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Your team has destroyed the gold fuel.
Help.
One strike is all I need. Save yourself.
Dude, he interrupted my ult animation! I don't fucking believe it! That would have been perfect! Literally the freest fight of all time!
Enemies at
Ah, that really stings, man. Oh. Oh.
The enemy
Damn,
team has
that one hurts.
destroyed the pyramid.
And he still gets my beats, man. Uvidor has 900 hours in Wukong. I mean, safe to say he probably likes playing Wukong then. Maybe that's why he's back too, is to play the Wukong. Well, I'm happy he got something that he wants to play.
There's no running from me.
I've been in mid for so long now that I haven't farmed for like 5 minutes.
Nowhere to
I'm going back to farming for a
nowhere
bit.
to hide.
Screw this.
Enemy missing right. There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
Careful, middle. Be careful,
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Middle lane.
You move like a jaguar. In range to wash them away.
Save some.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Group up. Please.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There's no running from
Sure,
me.
just on red when I had the chance, I guess. I didn't want to steal XP.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Balance is overrated. Let me no running from me. Let's settle this with style. My style. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Defend the gold
The
fury.
Pyromancer has arrived.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
On my way. Be careful! There's no running from me.
I'll attack right lane.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
It feels hard to farm this game after those few fights where I just kind of died. Because then all of a sudden everyone was just so much higher level than me.
Retreat right lane.
Oh, thank God he made it.
Ultimate down.
One strike is all I need.
Be careful.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
Yeah, huge damage.
Enemies have returned to base.
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Back to farming, I guess.
There's no my domain. Let's settle this with style. My style. Balance is over. Let me nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One strike is all I need.
Middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. There's no running from me. Utter waste of eyeliner.
Completed.
Attack!
On my way.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Judgment is my domain.
Slain an enemy.
So cool!
Food chaos.
There's no running from me. Let's settle this with style. My style. Let me tip the scales.
Fuck it. In we go.
Judgment is my domain.
Stop thunderstruck.
Dark, deadly, and undeniably.
Okay.
Ow. Okay, so that just cancels it out. That's crazy.
I will ward.
I want to ult him.
Yes. Help.
It's one out for you. There's no running from me.
Giant.
Judgment is my domain.
All these turrets, man.
Let me tip the scales. There's no running from me.
Be right back. Be right back.
Don't miss me too much.
The rain shall wash them away. Bolts of lightning, very, very scary.
Out of mind
Yeah.
until your right tower is under attack.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain. One strike is all I need.
Destroyed the fire tower.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
On my way. Your team has
Damn,
destroyed
that's all I can
the
buy with
fire
this.
Energy
God
for
damn
the
it.
next strike.
Damn you expensive build trees. Fucking hell. Well, I'll take a starter upgrade. That shit does feel pretty good.
Nowhere to
I
run.
want the speed buff.
Nowhere to hide.
Yes. Speed buff.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. There's no running from me.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Dark, deadly, and undeniably.
Chaos.
There's no running from me. This goddess with style. My style. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
He doesn't have Immortality Wish, so that is a huge pickup for us.
There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scale.
No!
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Enemy
Apollo is up. Oh shit, never mind. Just fucking.
rain shall wash them away.
There's no running from me. My domain.
Different Apollo. We have two Apollos.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scale. Let's settle this with style. My style.
10 out of 10.
Woohoo!
What game
Yay!
again? Until
So
next
much
time. I'll be in my
enthusiasm.
tower.
Yeah, poor Sav. He was pretty out of position though, especially when we have an Apollo, so it was smart of Apollo to go for it. And we were, to be honest, lucky that we actually got him, because we almost didn't see where he went. I'm just sad that I didn't get the kill on Vulcan with my my deflect on the turret. That would have been so funny, but kind of mistimed it a little bit, because I only got one tower or one turret shot on me. Maybe he would have died if I got another one. But I think the turret shot something else first, and then yeah, that one didn't hit me. So I only got one shot. Ouch. I can definitely feel that I'm very used to playing this game, but in that I also have a lot of healing usually in my builds, but so far I've not been very lucky, and I'm just taking so much unnecessary damage, because I'm usually able to heal it back up. Not this time. It sucks. It's bad. Fuck. Stop taking damage, idiot. I'm so cooked. If only the Endless mode had a shop. So I could buy things. Like the campaign does, but no. God forbid you can choose your own upgrades. Damn, Yugato, you played so much Wukong, that's crazy. I didn't know you were such a Wukong fanatic. Don't you like him with int in Smite 2? Or do you just prefer going strength? Oh shit. Tapped out. And it got me killed. Well, it is what it is. I'm really just throwing it all away. I don't think I've had a run this bad in a long fucking time. Even doing Endless. I feel like usually I would have some healing by now. Okay. I'm mid. Great. The fuck do I play in mid? Do I just play Cuckoo? Pull out the big Cuckoo again? It's been a while, I actually want to play him. Really like him in Smite 2. Yeah, but have you tried him with int? I imagine it's probably what Sipari is saying as well, that you might just not like that style, because he's very different if you pick int with him, but he's definitely better with int, I would say, like undoubtedly. But it does require a little bit of a different playstyle. Not that strength is bad though. It can definitely still work, but I feel like for solo, it's so hard to fight back if you're playing strength, because your early game is really bad on Wukong for some reason with strength. I feel like you almost can't fight anything early. Oh shit, we got some healing. A little bit at least. Not ideal, but it's healing nonetheless. Holy shit, Kukulkan, your laggy ass fucking wings are so distracting, because I'm seeing the same shit you guys are. I'm not playing this game in full screen. These flappy ass, low FPS wings distracting the shit out of me. Haven't tried int. Pendulum feels great on him. Not made to play full damage gods. Fair enough. I do think the int build is okay if you're building like semi-hybrid as well, because there's some really good int hybrid items like Helm of Radiance. But yeah, I mean, it's up to you obviously, so just gotta do what makes it fun. Odin, huh? I feel like I need Aegis this game. I wanna try Conduit on Kukulkan. I haven't done this shit in a long time. but I want to try it again. And I usually only did it for solo. I think cooldown is just way more valuable.
I'll attack. No problem.
Awesome.
But yeah, from what I could really tell from Strength versus Int on Wukong is that Int somehow is actually better early, because you just instantly clear the wave, basically. You can control the lane just because of that. Especially if you're running Conduit as well, your poke is really good. Like, your poke is hitting for like almost 200 early on, which is crazy. But that's just because of the passive on Conduit.
Excellent game. Excellent game. Excellent game.
Spectacular.
That's too bad. Chase the enemy. Chase the enemy.
At least Conduit feels nice because it one-shots. At level 1, which just feels good.
Behind us.
Behind us.
Completed. Save yourself.
No problem.
Tragic.
Slow down.
Good luck.
My deepest Your left tower is under attack. Oh, easy wrong team, I am sorry. The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing middle.
Damn it! How am I missing that? Point blank.
Also,
No one can match
your
me.
left tower is under attack.
You're welcome. Be right back.
Worth a shot. It's not like you usually get anything out of your ult this early anyway.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh. Double kill. Nice job.
You
Take
are
this, gentleman.
irreplaceable.
Have fun. Your middle tower is under attack.
This looks pretty one-sided so far.
That's too bad. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Ouch. Stop.
Be careful.
I am not sure what to go with next.
Your team has destroyed
I
a
guess I will
right
do
enemy
Doomorp,
tower.
probably. Or actually, no, I'm just thinking too hard on it. It's definitely Doomorp. I am wondering if I should go for a Chronos Pen in this game.
Be careful left. Enemy missing.
Enemies in left lane.
Fucking hell, there's no farm left.
Slain. Enemy has been slain. My deepest apologies. Completed. Wash them away. Take this jungle buff. Oh my.
Enemy missing middle.
No problem.
On my way.
Yes.
That Odin ring actually just saved them, man. I wasn't sure if my one went through the player wall or not. That's so fucking unfortunate.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack.
I feel like I'm not getting enough farm. Like, I'm literally 2 levels behind. Doesn't help that he just got 2 kills.
Your right tower is under attack. Like a jaguar. Ooh.
Just feels really annoying. Mid games like this, just I hate, because he's just permanently getting solo farm, and I'm just here getting like sharing with 3 people sometimes. You're just automatically falling behind.
Your right tower is
I gotta stop buying fucking wards. Such a solo habit I have.
I'm on it.
Enemy
Ultimate is
ultimate
down.
down.
Your left tower is under attack.
Falling
Be
back.
careful. Enemy missing middle.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Okay.
Slow down.
I straight up might need Helm of Radiance this game. Just so I can get through the Odin wall.
Okay, I'll
I'll
attack
attack
left
left
lane.
lane. I'm on it.
On
Enemies
my
in right
way.
lane.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing.
Jesus Christ, these 3 hurts. I guess it is maxed out by now. That's a lot of fucking damage though.
The pyro has arrived.
Enemy ultimate down.
Serpent swiftness.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing middle.
Your right tower is under attack.
Split push.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean... I just don't want to fight.
Ultimate is down.
I just want to farm. I'm so behind.
The enemy team has destroyed.
What the fuck did his one go? The hell?
Ultimate is down.
Yes.
I'm on it. Surprising effort. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down. The rain shall wash them away.
Attack fire. Group up.
I'm convinced mid XP doesn't exist in this game specifically.
Okay. Enemies in right lane. No problem. Out of mana. Ultimate is ready. I'm on it.
On my way. Oh, down.
Enemy has been slain.
Serpent swiftness.
I'm just dead.
Of course.
Oh man. I just feel like I'm not being played around, which really sucks. Because like, there's so much setup for Vulcan, and I'm just not getting any setup at all.
Ultimate is ready.
Rain shall wash them away. Nice job.
Bye.
He's gonna go for a boar as well.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Okay. I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it.
Your left tower
under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing your middle.
On my way.
An ally has been slain.
Suck it up.
Your left tower is under attack. Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Down.
Be careful, Vincent.
Enemy spotted.
That's too The rain shall wash them away. Trooper, attack the goal.
Odin Ring! Damn you! Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like I need cooldown. Try and go for a bit of a mix here with Deso. If I had Deso there, it would have been huge, because it would have just reset my... or at least give me 2 seconds back.
The rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso.
Would have been really clean if I had Aegis up that fight.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ward right.
For honor. Ward, fire attack. Enemies incoming. For honor.
Yes.
Take this jungle buff. Your right tower is under attack. Reach my flame.
I'm very, very, very tempted to go Bloodbound. Just for the fucking shield. Jade Scepter for the Do you know what? Jade Scepter would be kind of clutch as well, to be honest. There's too many good int items, man.
I'll defend left lane.
I'm on it.
Okay.
Your left tower.
I mean, what the fuck is that? We should have one at least. Okay, man. Alex, my dude. Why did he bite the wrong target? Oh. I don't know what to do with this game. I feel like no matter where I go, I'm just gonna fucking jumped by a million people.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Don't know what to farm, man. I can't even be on our own speed buff.
Please be careful.
I'm trying, Sav, but Odin keeps ulting me.
No problem. You're too cool. Be careful left.
Enemy ultimate down.
Be careful,
Your
middle,
right
my
tower
lane.
has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Be careful right. Enemies behind us. Enemies behind us. Enemies behind us.
Gank middle lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Attack. Yes. I'm on it. Destroyed the fire. Enemy has been slain. Destroyed the left. Your right tower is under attack. Completed.
Finally, a fight where I'm not being focused to absolute hell.
Down.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Serpent swiftness.
Or on I. Group up. Defend the fire giant.
Yes.
Enemies in right back. Defend the fire giant.
Enemy missing.
Your left tower
Swift. Ultimate down.
Retreat. Complete.
That's unfortunate. Didn't think he was actually going to be able to kill me there. That's kind of on me. But with me having NATO down, I can't really fight back all that much. It is what it is. I'm missing a lot of shit this fight. Uh-oh.
vista, amigo. The pyro has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack.
No, man. I'm sad. My time to shine, and I blew it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I got one at least. I don't. Hard to say. They have to back. They can maybe still get fire, but
Stay here. Your middle
But oh well.
tower
There will
is under
be no
attack.
fun.
technology is the product of thousands of years.
Maybe I should have board, to be honest. But at the same time, if I had Jade Scepter there, I cook, you know?
Be careful!
Enemy spotted.
This world belongs to my technology. Our victory is assured. Ward here.
Enemy spotted.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
Okay.
Enemy ultimate down. Yes. Enemy has been slain.
Ultimate is ready.
Group up.
Attack.
Be careful. Enemy ultimate down. Attack fire giant. I'm on it. My deepest apologies.
Ultimate is down.
Enemy spotted. Behind us.
Okay.
Down.
Right back. Need healing.
So stressed. I feel like I'm playing a horror game playing as Loki. Let's go, Kulkin.
Ward the Gold Fury. Curses. Enemies of the Gold Fury.
Serpent swiftness.
Be careful in the jungle.
Yes.
On my way.
Enemies in middle lane.
Down. Serpent swiftness.
On my way.
Storm strikes.
Your left tower is under attack. Yes. Ward here. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Be careful.
Yes.
I'm on it. I'm on it. The pyro.
10k, 9k.
Your left field is under attack. Your left field is under attack.
At least we kept it off a little bit. Just such a lack of wards. It's tough. Damn. If only I could juke the Modred ult, I would have been fine. It's definitely games like this where you feel the biggest impact of not having both beats and H's like you would have in Smite 1. Because I need both so badly this game. I'm just cooked. Because if I don't have H's, I'm gonna get one-shot by Vulcan or Neith, or even Loki, and if I don't have like beats, then I'm just fucking super cooked to Modred ult. Or any sort of CC, to be fair. Surely we have Shell if we're fighting though, right? No?
Ally has been slain.
I mean, this fucking Neith ult is never down, man. That shit is always on me. Dude, Neith is so boring to be against in a case like this. I'm getting Neith ulted on cooldown. It's so annoying. Decent try, I suppose. I just don't know what really to do here, because no matter what I do, I'm gonna get one-shot by something or just CC to death. And because we have Uller, or I guess Ares essentially as a single frontline, he has a single stun, man. Because he has Aspect at least, but aside from that, we have Uller, so we don't really have someone who can CC in the front. It's not a side issue actually, we do have Fenrir, but... It's always a bit more risky when you're a full assassin. Or full damage assassin. I just gotta stay the fuck in the back.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fjord.
Try to CC him. That sucks. Not really much to do. It just felt like we got shit on once we hit late game stages. Oh well. What can you do? They had a really tough comp to deal with. I do think they had a much better comp than we do. Right, I'll do one more game. I'm gonna head off. I was gonna leave after this one, but I'm having fun in this queue at least. It's... What is this queue though? It's two people I don't recognize now. Actually thinking about that game right now. I was thinking Kukulkan's ult has always been like a super hit or miss thing. I do wonder if they could make something that would make it less hit or miss, or at least more useful. In that maybe where you put it, maybe it has like a lasting effect. Like a slow or like a burn effect or something like that. At least so that the ult does something. Because a lot of the time that shit just fucking goes out the window. And it didn't do shit. Why did I pick on her, actually? I guess I don't really mind it, but why did I pick it? I have no idea why I picked it. I guess I was thinking we might need an ADC, but I guess Nika picked for someone else, so never mind. Should be alright. I can still build a little bit hybrid on her. Or just full damage, I suppose that also works. Maybe like an ability based on her, just go full ham on Impale and ult. Sounds like it's complete dog shit though. I might still do it. Full strength with avatars, ult hit like a truck. It does. I actually tested it myself just to see how much damage you could really do with it. And usually it gets to a 1k slash, like somewhere between 1k and like 1.3k, which is a lot for the on her ult, but relying on the on her ult doesn't sound like a good idea because it's very easily missed. It has a not necessarily a long cooldown, but like it doesn't have a short cooldown unless you're building a lot of cooldown. It just feels like you're shooting yourself in the foot by relying on abilities only when you're playing on her. But I suppose we'll see what happens this game. Either way, I will be going serrated. That's something I will do 1000%. And I don't need beats because the hats just pick a Wheelix. Yeah, Sav on Hades. He's going all in today, man. He played Aladdin earlier too. Can't blame him though. I mean, Hades is still fun. Not to mention, we have an Aphrodite, so I mean... Fair enough, you know? All I'm really hoping here is that he's not Like, I hope he's mid, right? It's not gonna be like a Wukong mid or some shit, and he's solo. Because I'm super cooked if he's Hades, if I'm into Hades here. This is not a good matchup for me.
Stepping away for a moment. Thanks. Okay.
Wukong, on the other hand, I actually have a winning chance.
Awesome.
But, like, I don't have any way of fighting a Hades once he just has a single item online. Early on, right now, sure, I mean, any ADC can fight early. But yeah. Ain't no way I could ever fight him once healing starts becoming a thing for him.
High and feeling the beat.
Come, let me have a look at you. Minions have spawned. Cancel that. Fiddlesticks.
It is Hades. Fuck. Fuck. It's a farm game, boys. So what, is Wukong mid? Yeah. It's unfortunate. Was hoping that was gonna one shot.
Very strong. Now let us feast on their bones and drink their blood.
Rough start for the team, but I believe in them.
The rain shall wash them away. A monument to my opulence.
Damn it.
A monument to my opulence. A monument to my opulence.
No, man, I had it. Until I didn't.
Out of mana. Bye.
If I had mana there, I just go for it. But I have mana enough for 2 abilities, man. It's not great. I want it so bad, but it ain't happening. And his blue is so delayed, I forgot. Oh well. Just clear this shit fast so I can get away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You should see the hors d'oeuvres I bring for tea.
Yeah, autos are hitting a decent amount. I'm sad about my impales not landing though. It's more important this early. Gotta hit that fucking stun.
A monument to my opulence.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This Chronos Pendant. Like his 3 is gonna be like a fucking 4-second cooldown with Chronos Pendant.
A monument to my opulence.
Ooh, I'm so bad with the Impale. It's the kill, man.
A monument to my
It's a kill if I hit the fucking Impale. I'm so mad. That shit's over down.
A monument to my opulence.
Your left tower is under attack.
Man. Not really sure what I could have done really to play that any different. I played it bad though, I think.
Is under attack.
I just wish my jungler. It's a weird thing today as well. It feels like my junglers aren't around me today at all.
Enemy
I
has
didn't
been
know you
slain.
could bust those moves.
It's still good. Like it's not that it's bad that they're doing something else somewhere, but
Tower is under attack.
it just kind of sucks for me. I feel like I'm just getting fucking ganked when it sucks for me. But yeah, that one's on me. I think I could have played that a lot better. And I fucked up these kills multiple times now when I should absolutely have had a kill.
My opulence. A monument to my
Don't,
opulence.
you asshole. Stay in.
Enemies in middle lane. Cancel that. Enemies incoming right. Cancel that.
A monument to my opulence.
How is that missing? The fuck? One day I'll hit an impale.
Your right tower is under attack.
Guess my honor's a little sloppy.
A monument to my opulence.
Finally. Time to ward, I guess.
Is under attack.
Fucking blink. How did my ward not see him? I'm so confused. I literally have a ward there. A word's fucking glitched. How the fuck is he invisible, man?
Right tower is under attack.
Well, this super sucks now. It's already a bad matchup. Yeah, this shit's taken again. Alright, no more trying to fight. I just gotta fucking farm and hope for the best. In that order. If only I could TP.
Wash them away.
A monument to my opulence. A monument to my opulence.
It's Chronos Pendant as well, so doesn't really have any CDs.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
That was pure awesomeness!
Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted! A monument to my opulence.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't want to start saying anything. I know we're losing everywhere else too, but it's so fucking frustrating that my jungler just doesn't fucking exist on my side of the map. It's crazy. Kinda sad I missed the last shot on my ult though.
Enemy has been slain.
Be careful left!
Oh, your right tower is under attack.
Be right back. We need wards.
Definitely not getting any mid camps this game. Or back camps. Shit's
Your
rough.
left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful now!
Destroy the right enemy tower. Wash them away.
A monument to my opulence.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. I can't hit an ult. Or am I fucking two? It's wild.
A monument to my opulence. Look out.
Ally has been slain. Your right tower
Hit my impale! What's wrong with me? Though to be fair, it's probably more of a Sav thing. It's probably more of a Sav just juking really well than me missing it necessarily. Maybe once I have some attack speed, I can at least rely on my autos. But right now, I'm so cooked on attack speed, and if I miss my impale, I just don't do any damage. So far, hitting a Wheelix hasn't been a problem. I've hit a Wheelix, I've hit more impales at a Wheelix, so I've seen like, well, it's just been a lot actually, but definitely hit her more. Scrubberlane bow.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Question is what I do next though.
Enemies incoming left.
Pressure maybe? Get some cooldown?
Enemy missing right.
Okay.
Okay.
See if this is too late or not.
A monument to my opulence. Careful now.
Missing everything.
Will ya?
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, whoa!
No, it's not possible.
What is that? You can't play the game into Hades with fucking Jade Scepter. Why does Sav need all this SR?
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, it's just fucking cooked.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your attack. Your right tower is under attack. Yes!
This game is pretty much over, I think. Don't really think we have anyone who can carry in this one. I mean, Nika can if we get late game probably, but...
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
But my bad, I guess. Can't pick something for fun, you're gonna meet people tryharding their ass off on Hades. With Jade Scepter.
Your left tower is under attack.
My bad. I wasn't familiar with your game.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
A monument to my opulence. Look out.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They're definitely just on fire. Be so surprised if they weren't.
Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower. Bloodshed. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. I will let you live.
On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't suppose it comes with a spotter.
Why did I yield in that crusher? Oh well,
Your
whatever.
middle
Not that I
tower
think it
is under
matters.
attack.
A monument to my opulence.
Flee if you can.
A monument to my opulence.
Your left tower is under attack. Hasta la vista, amigo. Oh, you move like a cat.
Man. Okay.
A monument to my opulence.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle beast is under attack. Your middle
A
beast has
monument
been
to my
destroyed.
opulence.
Your left phoenix is under attack. Your titan is under attack.
Stay groovy until my return.
Your left phoenix has
A
been
monument to my opulence.
You're hot. Touch me.
I feel like we have tried to surrender, but if we have, I haven't seen it. I don't know if surrendering is glitched.
Oh, bother.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Ally has been slain.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Double kill. Oh, my horrific. Oh, my horrific. Your right tower is under attack.
Touch me.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
You're hot.
Right phoenix is under attack.
That was a support ult, was it? What the fuck, man? That hit me so hard.
Your right phoenix has been destroyed.
A monument to my opulence. A monument to my opulence. A monument to my opulence.
I feel like I'm pretty much useless this game as well. I played it pretty bad, but I mean, I think I could probably meet most people. The fact that it's Sav makes it worse, but I think most people hate is probably gonna beat an on her in solo. I was really hoping it wasn't gonna be a Hades solo in this one. Because my build is kind of shit, to be honest.
Yes, yes.
Oh, shoot!
Fiddlesticks.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Oh, Sumokong hit me as well. I see. Still, that was crazy how much damage I just randomly took for no reason in particular. It's walking.
A monument to my opulence.
Like a vegetarian.
I mean, it doesn't even matter, I guess.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
It don't matter.
Oh, that's unlucky. See ya.
No more on her solo when I see Hades locked in, at least. I think on her solo could be fun with Serrated. I was kind of winging the build here, though. I think Serrated into Hydras is fun if you can hit the Impale. Because it's based all around that shit. And my damage wasn't even bad. I mean, I almost... If I didn't fuck up, I would have had a kill early. But I couldn't fucking hit shit. But nah. That has to be the most unenjoyable Smite 2 game I've had in a while. At least the laning phase. Of all the fucking things to meet, that one has to be one of the most unenjoyable ones. Hades, Jade Scepter in general just sounds like something that... Sounds like you really want SR. Wait. This Q popped a little too fast. Who's in this game? And why am I at the top? So this is... Did I get babied? It'd be fun if... Yeah, I mean, I don't think range... I mean, range does help, but... I don't know if... I don't know, I mean, some gods that don't have range, let's say like Loki, are still good. But he obviously has other means of getting close. I don't think Nem is that bad either. Nem doesn't have any range, really, like, at all. But you're right, I mean, range has always been a very, very strong part of Smite. I mean, I'm banning the Hades, I don't want to meet that again. That was so boring.
Select your god.
Tempted to pick Wukong, but I want to play something else. I actually want to play something different for once. But what? I haven't played Zeus in a while. I'll do a Zeus game. Maybe this one is already shaping up to be a special one. We'll learn more again. Yuck. I really have to start banning Uller more, I think. At least in these queues. He's so highly sought after and he's so disgusting to deal with. No matter where he goes. Zeus. Question is this going to be a physical Zeus or an int Zeus? Mr. Q. Honestly, you know what? That you deserve that one for the last game. Hades Jade Scepter? Nah. No. Go away. I can smell you from here. You're so bored. I get it, but the thing is, it's my 2. I also feel like no matter what you play, you're gonna get flamed by someone. If you play Morrigan, people are gonna be pissed. If you play Hades, people are gonna be pissed. If you play Uller, people are gonna be pissed. People, no matter what you pick, people are gonna call you out and say is broken. It's one of the reasons. Well, it's not really. I'm kind of bored of Apollo with tank as well. But Apollo aspect, people will always be like, "It's no skill based. You suck." Okay, I guess you suck playing everything then. I'm playing Mora, yeah, I just mean like in general, if you pick anything, like if I pick Morrigan, people will generally call it out, you know, in chat, or like if I pick Hades, people will call it out in chat. So there's few guys that are both good and fun. Yeah. I don't even know, like outside of Hades, I don't even know who I would say is actually good in solo. When it's stuff to spend our channel points on, I know, I just don't know what. Because I don't want to have random sound effects like some people have. I don't want to have random commands that just suddenly pop into my ears. So I don't really know. There's not really much you can do for like a Smite stream. My streams are usually pretty relaxed. Like I don't want the big, how should I say, like loud noises on my stream. My stream is just kind of a chill and relaxed one. Also, what the fuck am I building? What am I against? Thor? It's the perp? The perp Thor. I'm going to rate it, fuck it.
I should keep well stocked.
Yeah, I'm gonna go tanky SF. Like, the more I look at that comp, the more I'm gonna go physical, and I'm gonna go hybrid as fuck. Because I don't want to die on cooldown. Can I have a God Request? Yeah, but God Request is also... I mean, I could, but let's be real. People would suggest some really boring shit. And I don't stream like 8 hours a day like some people do. It's not my job. I purely stream out of pure enjoyment for myself. The fact that you guys are here is just a bonus. No disrespect to you guys, but I'm here because I want to have fun. And usually if people do God requests, it's not going to be very fun. Like, I wouldn't mind it once in a while. I just wouldn't... It's just... I would have to be careful on what... Like, a lot of people have a lot of... Like, so many channel points for me now, because there's nothing to spend it on. So people could just choose what I pick every game. It would be too much. Do I yoink both? I think I can yoink both. That's gotta have to be enough.
Completed. Another city conquered. Completed. Okay.
At least I can hit my autos. A little bit. I have been thinking about some stuff. It's tough when you just kind of want a relaxing like not too many interruptions type of stream. Because how do you really add anything? Like, it's why I wanted to add song requests, but the problem with that is just that it kept glitching out and people rarely used it. Oh. It's unfortunate. I was trying to see if I could just grab the hammer, but I guess he didn't have hammer. Oh, I got it back. Except I can't, I need the XP. That's so unfortunate. Surely you fight this. He has nothing. He's level 4. Oh my god, he got the blue. Don't know where he is. I'll take 1 kill though. Get him! That's such a big kill. No! Okay, huge. Let's just get serrated before it's too late.
My bolts will strike with great fury.
Buy it.
Accept.
What else could I buy? I'll probably go shifters, because I just like shifters. Maybe after that I just go like full damage for the rest of it. Just it's not that many fun or even good hybrid items. I hate that I just shifted berserkers. I liked berserkers a lot. And shifters is dog shit.
Your middle tower is under attack. Lightning bolt. Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
No, it wasn't enough.
Enemies have returned to base.
Yo, the mana hungriness when you don't have any int items though is fucking terrible. Actually need to go for Hydras or some shit. Maybe I will. It's not actually that bad on Zeus, I would imagine. You do auto a lot after, or you do auto cancel a decent amount.
Right tower is under attack. under attack. Lightning bolt.
Hopefully he doesn't have TP, and I'm gonna take the risk here.
Is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. No problem. Enemy, return to base.
Ultimate is down.
Maybe I do this actually, and then I swap to int. Get it? Helm of Radiance. Watch this. Maybe I'm gonna cook here. Maybe there's some cookage. The Artemis is level 7. Yikes. Might have to try and be more aggressive in my lane here to see if I can
The enemy team
get a bigger lead.
destroyed the gold fury. Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack. Lightning bolt. Let the hammer enemy has been slain. Oh, you move like lightning bolt.
Huge. I'm glad I held on to my Aegis. Didn't think I needed it for Loki when Thor wasn't nearby.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's looking so cooked on right. I wish I could help, honestly, but don't think I can start rotating and taking the risk of falling behind. Because if I fall behind, we're really cooked.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
For some reason, I just now realized that the Wukong is mid. That does mean we rely on me to do magic damage as well.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. The rain shall wash them away. Let the hammer
I mean, okay. Doesn't even matter, we're just dying.
fabuloso.
We're just dying. Don't even matter. I guess I should have been more careful. I thought that was should have been pretty decent of a fight, but I guess his jump was back up. Like it just feels like Ullr has no cooldowns right now. It makes no sense.
Your middle tower.
It literally feels like he just jumped. He jumped in, I rotate in, and he fucking jumps away again.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Good game. Ultimate is down.
This Thor is dead.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Enemies incoming.
I mean, it is good for us that Ullr is rotating as much as he is, because at least he has Artemis solo farm, and he's not just killing her on cooldown.
On my way. Your team has destroyed our
No, my auto didn't hit. Just fucking getting super body blocked by creeps.
Yes. Wash them away. What a shame.
Wait, Artemis got Thor as well? I mean, alright. So far, Thor is our way back into this game. If I just have either Aegis or Old Man. Fucking hell. There's too much action in this game. Like, I'm just not keeping track of who is where and when. I need 200 gold, man. I think Chronos Pendant will help at least. Just a little bit. Get my cooldowns back up.
Be careful.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
No, man. Someone's in my blue? Fuck. It's a classic. You with shifters as well.
Your left tower is under attack. Help! On my way. Your middle tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready. Enemy has been slain.
This is so cooked. Fucking minion waves. Minions. It's fine. I think we get both. Definitely still worth it. This game is so stupid. Like, we're just chasing each other forever until one of us die. It's so weird. I don't think I want to do shifters anymore, though. I think I have to just go full damage now after I went for this combo of items. Let's do a Jade Scepter. Set up an easy potential chain lightning if I can hit 2 people. Or just to keep them in my ult longer.
Attack the Gold Fury! On my way!
He just dashed in. Like, surely we just kill him here.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Need healing. Your left tower is under attack. Be careful. Enemy missing left. Fire guy. Be careful. Enemy missing. Yes.
Enemy missing right.
Your left tower is under attack. Lightning bolt. Place a ward for teleport. Cancel that. Enemy spotted. Be careful left. Enemy missing middle. Enemy
Huge.
has been slain. You're electric. Enemy missing middle. Let the heavens rain. Wash them away.
Mana, please. Tragic. 5 mana, she dies as well.
Yes. I shall keep well stocked.
Why is this going so well for us? Just Thor, I guess? Just the perp? Porp?
Be right back.
On my way.
Cancel that. Be careful.
I wonder if Saf would have a seizure if he saw this build.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Retreat. my way.
Enemies behind.
Loki is here.
Let the heavens
Ain't no way. And that didn't stun him?
enemies behind us.
Huh?
Lightning bolt.
That's so weird. Why didn't my fucking 3 stun him again?
Your right tower is under attack. I will war. Cancel that. Attack fire giant. Enemies have returned to base. Mendokusai. Your right tower is under attack.
Toward the fire giant.
Group up.
Let's get level 20 here.
Lightning bolt. Enemies in red lane.
I'm buying so many more wars than I should probably, but I really do feel like we need the vision.
Be careful, middle. Enemy incoming. An enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate down. Fight on. Let the heavens
Sucks I had to ult, but it is what it is.
Enemies behind us.
Ain't no way we ain't killing him for that.
Maybe I'm getting too old. Behind us.
There's no way he actually got away.
Ally has been slain.
Get him.
Okay.
Get him.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Would not have expected the Morgan to get out of that. She was so out of position.
Lightning bolt. Let the heavens falling back. Falling back. Attack fire giant.
That's so unfortunate.
The rain shall wash them away.
That is what he's been doing so far. This has to be one of the weirdest games I've played in a while. Because somehow this game ended up being even, when it definitely should not have been even. Fourth 3k pot, full in Wukong goes hard. I mean, I can't imagine with an on. It would be like Thoth, you know? Like, Thoth is gonna be fucking insane with, like, multiple 3k pots. To an unfair extent. It's gonna be the same thing with Wukong. It feels like there's no longer any, like, fight back potential. They just poke too much. Feels the same thing with, like, Neith and, like, even, like, Vulcan. Neith, Vulcan. Like, something that just pokes really easily. Fucking hell, dude. It feels so unfair. But that's also kind of the whole point. Like, you're just buffing gods to the point where they're way too overpowered and broken. Because you need to end the game. That's the whole point of the 3k pods, after all. And I do think this way is way more fun. Can I actually? I can. Holy shit. Rod. We also didn't get the Phoenix. I thought we would with Pyro. That Phoenix is so fucking low. Do Phoenixes not regen in Smite 2? I always forget. Ain't no way he goes back in. By the way, is Uller's one supposed to go through walls? That pretty much just felt like Susano came online and started one-shotting people when he could. Like, we were just... It felt like we were always one man up in these fights. Well, that, and obviously the... the purple orb doing his thing. Alright. I took this game, like, 2 or 3 games more than I actually planned to, because I was just kind of having fun today. The queue was fun, but I think we've reached a point where a lot of the good players now have left, so I am very fine with also leaving. Because that one was a bit in the gray area. But overall, pretty successful. Was it a bit of a winning streak today? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, actually, a huge winning streak today. I think I started with the Bari game, didn't I? Yeah, I believe so. So just 2 losses right there, playing Cool Cannon on her, but pretty successful. Small wins. Maybe that's why I was having fun today. Didn't actually feel like I was winning that much, to be honest. Anyway, yes, I really appreciate you stopping by as usual. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye.